फोटो 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 कई बार सुबह का बहुत हम सामने कौन नहीं तैयार अच्छा चाल सावन भाई थोड़ा आगे आइए कसले लग्न मध्ये खाली आठवड आवाज ये पासवर्ड आले पासवर्ड आऊ ना कसे ओके थोड़े से ओके इट्स गुड एवरीवन लुक हियर मैम Okay, excuse me, look at here. Okay, thank you. Yes, everyone look here. Excuse me. Yes, everyone look here. सेकंड ही था तो
အောင်ပဲ
नाम का पानी के वाटर बॉटल
या प्लीज मेरा हाथ पे ये कैमरा बॉटल श्रवण भाई भाई नहीं कसू आ भैया વેકેશન સેન્ટરમાં આવીને ખાશે લેવો
good news, success. As you mentioned, that's my fun. Success. The reason why Dr. Valentine is the NYT president is right here. So we thank you so much for your leadership and your passion. Hey, yes, we were very happy to attend the same event. I actually attended the in Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
Excellent event there. Very thankful.
I would like Dr. Spike to know the president under his umbrella. We are all working like a dog for him. His name is Dr. Srivastava, great apology. Nice to meet you in America. Dr. Srivastava, what do you say about Maya? What do you say, Dr. Spike?
આગળ ના જવાય 4 જણા વધારે આવશે તો ઊંચો કરીને પાછું આવવાનું એટલે ક્યાં આગળ આગળ હોય બધા આવી ગયા આપણે અંદર ફરવાનું ઉભા રહો
for both of three of us, please.
It's video.
My own friend. Yes, come in. आया अभी आया आपके घर पिक्चर
બધું લઈ ગયા તો લાઈવનો સામાન થોડી પીછે One second.
Thank you, भैया.
ये वस्तू लावली तर आवाज इंटरनेट आमच्या और इंटरनेट
લાઈવ છે
If everyone can please take their seats. Request everyone to please be seated. Thank you.
કેમેરા ભરાઈ દેજો પેલો તો આઉટપુટ આગળ ના પાડો સાઉન્ડ કેમ એટલે વાયર નહીં ગયો લાઈટ રાખીએ ને પેલા જોઈને કલરનો રાખીએ દેખાય તાર કલર
ये तो लाल दिखाया रेगुलर लेकिन तो लाल
જોઈ લે
their seats. We request everyone to please take your seats. Once again, we request everyone to please have a seat at this time. Please take your seats. Thank you. please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone can please take their seats at this time. Once again, we request everyone to please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone can please take their seats. I would like to request everyone's attention at this time towards the stage, as we would like to welcome to the stage at this time Dr. Prabhu Mehta. Please put your hands together for Dr. Prabhu Mehta, everyone. And now please help me welcome Dr. AAPI Malhotra. Now please help me welcome Dr. Devendra Srivastava. Now I would like to invite up Dr. Bobby Mokamala. Once again, Dr. Bobby Mokamala. And now please help me welcome Dr. Amit Chakrabarti. And now please help me welcome Dr. Rakesh Dua. And now please help me welcome Dr. Inderpal Chandra. And now please help me welcome Dr. Jagat Raval, everyone. Please put your hands together for them. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the evening with the national anthems. At this time, I would like to request Dr. Nakul Kakre for the U.S. national anthem. And I would also like to request Dr. Prabhu Mehta for the Indian national anthem. Please help me welcome them to the dance floor at this time. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please stay standing for India's national anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे काहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please take your seats, everyone. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we need everyone's attention towards the stage, as I would like to invite the convention chair, Dr. Prabhu Mehta, to say a few words. If I can have everyone's attention, please.
Sorry, I'm catching my breath after singing national anthem. So, pardon me. How are you guys doing? Hello, friends. I hope you are enjoying the event. So far, so good, right? It gives me great pleasure to invite and welcome you all to our 29th annual gala of AAPI-QLI. Our annual gala is grand celebration of our achievements, and more importantly, it is a major fundraiser to help us with our educational and charitable activities. All of this is possible only because of the dedication and hard work of our executive committee, board of trustees, and enthusiastic participation of our AAPI-QLI members and friends. I want to thank Dr. Devendra Srivastava, President, and Dr. AAPI Malhotra, BOD Chair, for giving me the honor of hosting this year's convention. I want to thank my co-chair, Dr. Narayan Agrawal, for his extraordinary help. I also want to thank my co-chair, Dr. Rajgopal Holalkare, for his valuable work. I am very grateful for Dr. Sunil Mehra, Dr. Krishan Kumar, and especially Dr. Rakesh Dua, my friend, for guidance and help. I would like to congratulate this year's honorees and welcome Dr. Mukamala, AMA President, and our chief guest. My sincere thanks to all the corporate sponsors, booth sponsors, vendors, especially glamorous events, for contributing in this event and supporting our prestigious organization. Finally, and most importantly, I would like to thank my beautiful wife Vinita, my loving children Vishal, Amit, his wife Keri, my grandkids Nora and Tara, for their full support and encouragement. I wish you all a wonderful season with happiness, good health and prosperity in 2026. Please enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for Dr. Prabhu, everyone.
At this time, I would ask our BOD Chair, Dr. AAPI Malhotra, to say a few words.
Okay. All right. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much. Good evening, respected dignitaries and all of my dear friends. As Dr. Mehta said, we want to welcome you for a spectacular 29th Annual Convention Gala for AAPI-QLI. My heartfelt congratulations to all the esteemed patent members of AAPI-QLI achieving the greatest success over the period of time. I am very obliged and grateful to the leadership and dedication and efforts for all the visionary leaders, all the respected past presidents of AAPI-QLI, and all the Board of Trustees. So if I may request all the Board of Trustees and past presidents to please stand up. I request that for your recognition. Thank you so much for all your effort. Tonight we are also going to highlight achievement and outstanding contributions of very impressive and inspirational honorees, Dr. Tarun Vasil, Dr. T.K. Rao, and Dr. Jerry Valentine. Ladies and gentlemen, I must mention my year of chairmanship. I was happy to my tenure share with Dr. Bhavani Srinivasan as a co-chair person with me. And I want to congratulate Dr. Devendra Srivastava doing a fabulous job this year as a president. And oh boy, convention chair, Dr. Prabhu Mehta, and the convention team, they have done a fabulous job putting in so many hours of the work. And thank you and congratulations. But this evening, it has not been possible without all of you. Thank you all for your gracious presence. And I do want you to give a big round of applause for all of you for coming here. Thank you so much. My 2 cents for medical fraternity, my plea to the medical fraternity is let's get united. Let's face all the healthcare challenges head on and achieve our goals for better patient care and peaceful life. I'm very sure this organization next year will see even better heights under the leadership of our upcoming president, Dr. Jagat Rao. Finally, I'm very grateful. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Mamta, and my kids, Dr. Aditi, Dr. Upasana, soon will be Dr. Akshay, and son-in-law, Dr. Avirar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy and cherish every moment of the evening. Prosperity and good health for you guys for year 2026. And God bless America. God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Dr. Avinotha one more time, everyone. Please give him a big round of applause. And at this time, I would like to invite to the stage Vanita Mehta and Samita Mankotia. If they can please come to the stage. Thank you.
Everyone, look at the camera. Smile. Thank you.
If Mrs. Vanita Mehta, you could stay on the stage, and I would also like to invite Mamta Malhotra to please come to the stage at this time.
All right. Look at the camera. Smile.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Srivastava to please come to the podium at this time.
Let's give it up for the President, Dr. Devendra Srivastava. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Amar. Thank you, Board of Trustee Chairs. Thank you very much for all the executive committee members and all the audience. Hello. How are you guys? It is with immense pride and heartfelt gratitude that I extend my warmest greeting on behalf of American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin of Queens and Long Island as we gather to celebrate our shared mission and achievements. This stands as a tribute to compassion, dedication, and excellence that define our vibrant community. With your continued commitment, you have improved the standards of healthcare in our region. Your participation in our initiatives and willingness to take on new challenges reflect the enduring values that brings us together in this community. As we look to the future, I am confident that our shared vision and commitment will drive AAPI-QLI to even greater heights. This will help us making a lasting impact on the lives we touch and the profession we cherish. I would like to congratulate our honorees today, our own AAPI-QLI star, Dr. Tarun Vasil, my mentor, Dr. T.K.S. Rao, and Dr. Jerry Valentine, President of MIIT. We also proudly recognize Dr. Atish Sharma, CEO of Mount Sinai, South Nasa Hospital, Dr. Sudhir Parekh, Padma Shri awardee. Please stand up. Amit Shah, Chairman of New York State Board of Medicine. My good friend Dr. Kusum Viswanathan, CMO of Washington Health Center. Please give them a round of applause. Over the past year, AAPI-QLI has gotten better, larger not just in number, but in purpose. We have deepened our commitment to medical excellence, community outreach, and cultural unity. From health fairs and mentorship programs to the educational seminars, ING initiatives and charitable activities. During this year, we had several CME and non-CME seminars. I would like to thank our speakers. Some of them are here, including Dr. Rajiv Johar and Dr. Rohit Verma. I also want to recognize that we had successful CME and Research Day event. We had more than 50 submissions and some of the winners of the research competitions are here. Thanks to Dr. Vinny Jayam and Vishwanath Vasudeva. Funding for the research program was provided by Dr. Lodha, Dr. Bagla and Katyal Family Foundations. A special thanks to Dr. Smita Lodha and Dr. Bagla. Dr. Smita Lodha, please stand up. This year we worked to develop ING module with Dr. Parag Mehta and Dr. Himanshu Pandya. Please stand up. We also collaborated with Dr. Amit Chakraborty, President, National AAPI. This module will help foreign graduates be more prepared for residency programs and research positions across the country. I want to thank our AAPI-QLI board for approving funding for this worthy cause. Foreign graduates will be thankful for this in years to come. I extend my deepest thanks to our dedicated leaders. Now, my good friends, Dr. Prabhu Mehta, what a worker. He works very hard. Thank you very much, special. Dr. Prabhu Mehta, Dr. Narayan Agarwal, and Dr. Agarwal, co-chairs. Special thanks to Dr. Abhay Malhotra, Dr. Dua, Dr. Kishan Kumar, Dr. Sunil Narayan, Dr. Jagat Raval. For our Diwali committee chairs, Dr. Gagan Gulati, Dr. Asha Dua and Dr. Sharad Kothari. These guys work very hard. Finally, I thank my wife, Dr. Brinda Srivastava. Our children Manisha and Gautam and my extended family for their support and patience through long hours and countless commitment. I have to say that I made a promise to my wife that next year I will have fewer conference calls and no more late night meetings. So I'll be home next year in time. Thank you, brother. Going forward, I hope that we can continue to uplift one another, mentor the next generation, and serve our communities with compassion and integrity. Thank you very much for all of you guys to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Brenda Srivastava and also Dr. Asha Dua.
Alright, look at that.
Mike.
All right, we're going to invite our first honoree, Dr. Taran Masin is here. I'm going to ask Dr. Sunil Mehra to say a quick introduction word and invite him, please. Thank you.
Evening, everyone. What a pleasure to have you all here during the holiday season, and I'm very honored to present a wonderful friend, a true researcher, a great physician, Dr. Tarun Vasal. He is from Amritsar Medical School, went to Flushing for residency and North Shore for oncology. And under the guidance and mentorship of Dr. Rai, he has done his oncology fellowship, remarkable improvement and wonderful research on CLL. And as a gentleman, a man, I respect him as a son who brings such an honor to his mom, his mother-in-law, father-in-law, and such a great husband and a father. At the same time, a good friend who is assistant professor of medicine at North Shore. And last few years, he has proven himself. He's not just a great friend and a wonderful doctor. He has done remarkable for a lot of association. He's our past president and our past chair of board of trustees. I'm so proud to present a friend and a wonderful honoree, Dr. Tarun Vasal. I respect his family.
Thanks, Sunil and the organizing committee for choosing me for this year. I was not even sure whether I will be here, but I'm here. So I want to thank, starting with obviously there's someone up there, and with my parents, my mom is here, and with the honor today because she has raised me the way I am, and I always look back and try to see how many people, a few hundred of them, have helped me to be here today and to make me what I am. And my wife Seema is always standing by my side and lets me do so many things. And Sanjeev, my friend, is here. And Nancy, my classmate. Sanjeev will always tell you that I am nothing without Seema. So I want to thank my parents and also my parents since I have been in the United States, Seema's parents. They have helped me quite a bit as well. And in the journal I have put in a few dozen names because of time. Space constraints, I couldn't give everyone's name. But please don't feel that I don't love you. I love you all and thank you all. I'm not only going to thank but I'm going to share this award and honor with all of you and all of my mentors, mentees. One of them, Dr. Kanti Rai, he was able to come here today, although he has not been going to any of the meetings. Dr. Kanti Rai, you will come to know about him in a few minutes. Actually, he's world-renowned father of a disease called chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Although he calls him as a student, but we call him father of CLL. And my good friend, Dr. Bhumi Malhotra is here. I learned a lot from him as well. And I think I will stop here and we'll go downstairs, down there where my mom is sitting because she cannot come up here. Thanks again, and thanks to all my family and friends.
Thank you, Dr. Vasal. If you would like to raise down. This one is special for Auntie. Thank you so much for coming. It's our honor.
Hold, doctor, watch here. Here, camera.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to introduce our keynote speaker. I'm going to ask our Senior Board of Trustees, Dr. Krishna Kumar, to invite him up on the stage and say a few words. Dr. Krish Kumar.
Hello, good evening. How you guys doing? Good? Good so far? Good evening, everybody. Distinguished guests, dignitaries, colleagues, my friends sitting in the dais, my friends sitting in the hall here. Very well. Good evening to all of you. I'm so happy that you all guys are able to come here today. My name is Dr. Kumar. I'm Professor of Pediatrics and Emergency Medicine. Today I'm given a task to introduce somebody. It's not an easy one. There are not enough words in my vocabulary. Though, first of all, English is not my primary language. Secondly, I'm asked to talk in English and don't have enough words to describe the gentleman. That gentleman, guys, you know who this guy is? The big mammoth guy, his name is Dr. Bobby Mukamala. Dr. Mukamala is the president. He's the president of AMA. AMA is the biggest body on this earth. It's only 178 years old. Not old, but young. And he's the only guy. He's the first Indian American physician in the history of AMA to become president. Isn't the proud moment for all of us? Dr. Mukamala, he gives so much inspiration. His journey is so inspiring. How many of you guys heard about him? Before his inauguration as the president of AMA, he was struck with a very dangerous disease. This doctor had to go for a special surgery of the brain. They took out 8 centimeter big tumor from his brain. That made him a stronger physician. That made him a stronger policy maker. In the hospital stay, pre-op and post-op, he really felt the pain of a patient. Being a physician, feeling the pains of patients, that makes you a better doctor. That strengthened him believe how to give quality care to the patient. Go after the Medicare, do not let them cut the money. The Medicare investment to the physicians and to the hospital. And he spoke for all of us. I don't want to talk anymore. Without further ado, please welcome. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bobby Mukamala to the stage. Please, welcome me, take the applause. What a great moment for a medical physician officer. We are not going to see these days in our life. I literally makes us proud but we are here today. We go a long way with this father too. But I'm not talking about it. Dr. Bobby Mukamala, this whole evening is yours. People are eagerly waiting for you to give some inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. Usually my travels are a little busier. Yesterday I was in Mexico. Tomorrow morning I fly to Washington, D.C. But today, this is not work for me. This is like coming to family. So thank you for letting me participate in this. To be with family while I'm working on behalf of the American Medical Association. You know, it's funny, Queens and Long Island, some of my dad's childhood friends lived in New York. So this is where we spent Christmas every year. So again, I feel like this is a homecoming. But I didn't know whether or not there was an acronym for Queens and Long Island. In fact, for a moment I thought it was CALI. And that made me a little scared. Because growing up I saw Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, Kali Ma, Shakti. And so I was like, oh man, this is going to scare me a little bit. But it's nice to hear that that's not the pronunciation. But it is nice because that translated means give us power, give me power. And I think that's the role of being organized as physicians in this country, is so that we become unified, as you heard, to improve the healthcare of this country. So it's an honor to be here. And again, this is something that I consider legacy. When people talk about the first Indian physician as president of the American Medical Association, people say, oh my gosh, you must have done something amazing. And I would say, absolutely not. What I did was I built stair number 15 on a 15-step staircase. Right? The first 14 steps were made by the previous generation, right? The generation of my parents. Many people in this room's grandparents. My parents came to Flint, Michigan at the age of 25. Right? They didn't know anybody. They had a few dollars. My dad takes the taxi to the hospital where the residents sleep, and he didn't have any money to pay the taxi. And at that time, the hospital welcomed him. Right? They paid the taxi. They gave him the room. Next thing you know, I'm growing up in an apartment in Flint, Michigan. Now I practice in Flint, Michigan. The same hospital, early hospital, where my mom did a pediatrics residency. My dad did It's an amazing experience because when I was a kid and my mom went to do her rounds, my sister and I would play on the playground just outside the hospital. That same hospital, now I walk in every Thursday morning and I do my own surgeries there. I go right by where there used to be a park. Of course, now it's a brand new emergency department, but I remember when there used to be slides there. And it's that service to this country that gave me the motivation to do it a little bit more. Yes, I see patients every day. Yes, patient care is the most critical aspect of what we do. But we see all the challenges that giving patient care faces when it deals with things that we have to deal with in Washington, D.C., why I'm going there tomorrow. There's so many barriers to do what's at our core that it's important that the next generation, which I consider myself, does something more to build on what my parents and that generation created to improve healthcare in this country. And I remember when that started in the Indian physician community, because the AAPI address in the early days was the same hospital. One Hurley Plaza, Flint, Michigan, 48503 was on the envelopes, because my dad was the secretary of AAPI in the early days, and that's where all the mail would come from. And so it's an amazing connection of this history in my life. And growing up as a first generation Indian here, that was very interesting. And I say that, I was just telling a story earlier. Back then we would watch these movies on VHS all the time. And I thought this guy, Kamal Hassan, was amazing. And so my parents, when they saw how excited I was, when Bharatanatyam became an option, there was a teacher in our hometown, they forced me to take Bharatanatyam classes. So I took Bharatanatyam for a year before they finally, because they prepaid 1 year of tuition for these classes, so I finished that year. But now I look at the Indian acting and how much I enjoyed it. Like, man, I should have taken advantage of that opportunity. But as soon after that, I wanted to be a journalist. There used to be a guy named Peter Jennings on ABC who used to do that. We used to watch him after dinner, and I thought I want to be a journalist. And they basically grounded me and locked me in my room until I changed my mind and agreed to be a doctor. So I was forced to be a doctor. And the other thing that I mentioned, I had a conversation, and I enjoyed every conversation I had before I walked in here, but the punishment for doing things like not doing well in science and math, or doing great in English because I wanted to be a journalist, was that they would make me do punjis. And that's why I tell people that I have muscular legs now, and the only thing that I can say that that's because of the tens of thousands of punjis that my parents made me do when I was a kid. But I don't feel bad about that. It was good preparation. And then once I went back to India, between undergraduate and medical school, and we have some family friends in the Telugu movie industry. So a friend of our family is Nagarjuna, movie actor there. And Nag wanted me to try out for a movie. And I thought that was amazing, right? Maybe I'm just going to pause medical school for a while and I'm going to be in the Telugu movie. My parents found out that I was going to take this screen test, and they totally sat with me. They called ahead and they said, no matter what he says, no matter how he does, tell him that he didn't do that well and we can't offer you this role. So they sabotaged it. I got my MD. Now I'm the president of the American Medical Association. So, but what I will say is that I took the group of trustees of the American Medical Association to India in January of 2024. We're going back again next month in January of 2026 because I want to see these two parts of the world intersect more. Not just by hearing from us what India is like, the beauty of our country, what healthcare is like in India, from the villages to the metropolitan areas. I want them to see that because we can learn from them and they can learn from us. So we're going to do that again. But I also tell a quick funny story. So we went to the Apollo Hospital Systems president. We went to his home. He was hosting us there for a reception. And when I'm there talking to people about medicine, healthcare, America, some guy comes up with his camera and he starts recording. I thought he wanted me to say, thank you for welcoming us on behalf of the AAPI, some diplomatic statement like that. But it turns out he's a movie producer. He recorded me on his phone. He goes and shows the director, comes back, and he says, if you can come back in March, we have a role for you. I asked my parents if they set it up, and they said no. I asked my wife for permission. She said, yeah, you got to do it. So I went back in March of last year to be a side role in a movie called Hullabaloo. So Hullabaloo is about a village in India that didn't give up their guns when the British tried to take their guns away. Naturally, I thought I was going to put on a lungi, I was going to have a gun, I was going to be an Indian villager. It turns out I was a British tax collector. I swear to God. So I put on my tights, I put on my British outfit, I'm practicing my British accent. The first scene was a British ballroom dance, like the culmination of this movie. And so the dance instructors come up and they show me the dance, 10 seconds, and they said, okay, you got it? And I said, no, absolutely not, I don't know what to do. So I recorded it with my phone and I went to the corner of the room and I practiced for half an hour and I got done with that scene. And then when I came back to America, I said, okay, I've scratched that itch. I'm never going to do that again. Cleaning out earwax is infinitely easier than dancing in a Bollywood movie. But soon after that, so fast forward that by 6 months, I was giving a speech kind of like this at the American Medical Association. And the words just weren't coming out right. I thought I lost my spot on the iPad. I was scrolling through, but I would talk like this and not like that. Everyone thought I had a stroke. So they insisted that I go to the urgent care. I was in Orlando, Florida, and my wife meets me outside the room. She said, we gotta go. So we go to the urgent care. All the vitals were perfect. Nothing wrong. They thought, okay, maybe it was a TIA. So this was Saturday. On Tuesday, I get home. I drop my wife off at home. I go to get my MRI scan, which I had access to because one of our friends is a neurosurgeon. So I'm there getting my scan. And all of a sudden, I see the spot in my left temporal lobe getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It ended up being an 8-centimeter brain tumor. Immediately, I put my dad on a WhatsApp call. He's a radiologist. He's looking at the images, thinking I'm showing him some patient of mine running a case by him. Then he looks at the name, Srinivas McConnell, and he says, I'm going to call you right now. He hangs up, he calls me back about a minute later and said, we got a problem. I was like, yeah, we got a problem. So I go home, fast forward, a month later I go to Mayo Clinic. The anniversary of that surgery is in 8 days. December 13th, 1 year after that surgery. They got 90% of that tumor out. Life expectancy for grade 2 astrocytoma, which is what the final pathology is. If you Google it, it says 8 to 10 years. It's quite possible it's going to be longer than that. But at this moment, which was initially, in the first day, a moment of distress, within 24 hours, the access that I had to healthcare, a neurosurgery consult and an MRI within hours of getting home, and then surgery 3 weeks later, despite prior authorization and all those hassle factors and millions, tens of millions of people in our country with no insurance, that didn't apply to me. And immediately, I thought this was something from somebody out there. Somebody that's about to become the president of the American Medical Association, the voice for improving healthcare from the physician's perspective in this country, despite, and in addition to being a doctor, is on death's door to prepare him for this role. And so immediately I became thankful. It seems weird to say thank you for this brain tumor, but it's been amazing preparation for that. And so I'm looking forward to however many years are left, whether that's 10 years, whether that's 20 years, to improve things about healthcare. For example, at 9 o'clock, my alarm, at 57 minutes, my alarm goes off to take the pill that may stop this residual tumor from growing. Traditionally, radiation chemotherapy. I'd be a bald guy talking to you now. But that's okay, I fit in with a lot of people here. But the reason I don't have to do that for now is there's a new medicine that's just got approved in August after decades of research before I started eating it in December of last year, an IDH inhibitor that may help me live longer. That pill, one pill that I have in my thing upstairs, is $900 one day. $200,000 for the year. I have access to that. But most people wouldn't have access to that. Or there'd be problems. My wife thinks it's a problem now because every 10 days I have to get prior authorizations to get another 10 days worth of bills. When I was in Mexico up until yesterday, we were going to run out of medicine. She's crying, talking to the insurance company, trying to get a little bit more than 10 days, 12 days, so I don't have to miss those. That was not successful. These are the barriers to healthcare. And so, being of Indian descent, wonderful preparation to be the president of the AAPI. Having a brain tumor, amazing preparation to be the president of the AAPI. One thing that I'll mention also is my parents, they sent me to Catholic school Monday through Friday, and they sent me to Bolivar classes on Sunday. So I was just a happily confused kid. Am I going to see Jesus up there, or am I going to see Krishna up there? I don't know. But it's been amazing preparation for this moment from the Hindu Bolivar classes that I went to. Because when I got this diagnosis, before I knew about this IDH inhibitor, thinking I might have 10 years to live, my parents are crying. Never seen that before from my dad. And I tell them, I said, Mom and Dad, you sent me to Bolivar classes, we would attend their classes. Swami Chinmayananda stayed in our home my whole youth every time he came to this country. If you taught me to believe in reincarnation, why should I be upset? If I'm going to be back in some form, I'll be the deer in your backyard. You won't know it, but that could be me. Why are you crying? And you can see their confusion for a moment. That for a moment they're like, yeah, you know, you're right. But a millisecond later, they're like, no, we'll say hi to the deer later, but stick around for a while. So, with that, I would just say that I'm excited about the future of the AAPI relationship with the American Medical Association. 30% of the physicians in this country are international descent, the majority of which are of Indian descent. I'm looking very much forward to working with AAPI and our AAPI president, bringing the Indian physicians in our country to Washington, D.C. in February, where I actually will be on the stage as the president of the AAPI having a conversation with Sanjay Gupta from CNN, who's my classmate from the University of Michigan, about our history, about our parents' history, coming to this country, and what we offer as people of Indian descent, in addition to what physicians offer to the health of our country, and much more than that. And so it's an honor to be with you today, looking very much forward to working together to improve healthcare in this country and use our legacy and our heritage and our culture to improve the healthcare of this country. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. One of the speaks, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. And I must tell you that you guys are excellent audience. Excellent. Thank you so much. 10 more minutes between you and the dinner, a few more speeches. Now, I do want to invite Dr. Devinder Srivastava to introduce one of the phenomenal honorees, Dr. T. Keshwarao.
Good evening. It's my privilege and honor to introduce my mentor, Dr. T.K. Shripala Rao, towering figures in medicine. Born in Kolar, Karnataka, he graduated top of his class in Bangalore Medical College in 1965, earning all 5 gold medals whatever available at that time. Then he took his journey to the residency and fellowship in New Jersey and Brooklyn, and culminating in his appointment as a junior professor at St. State. A true pioneer, his groundbreaking research identified heroin-associated nephropathy and HIV-associated nephropathy. He has over 130 publications. His work has been cited globally and has transformed kidney care. His contributions have been recognized worldwide, honored by universities and medical societies, and named as the most distinguished physician. In his historic act of service, he transported cadaver kidney from New York to Bombay, enabling India's first such transplant. He is instrumental to form the Indian Kidney Foundation and advancing organ donations. Beyond medicine, Dr. Rao has led alumni, cultural and charitable organizations. He is the past president of AAPI-QLI Long Island. He lives in Florida with his wife Pushpa. Dr. Rao's life is a testament of excellence, service and vision. It is with deep gratitude and pride that I introduce him to you, Dr. T.K. Rao.
Anybody need water? Honorary dignitaries of the court, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I thank the AAPI-QLI for this great honor. I must thank two great persons and organizations who have been responsible for whom I am today. One of the foremost is my elder brother, Sri T.K. Rao, who was more like a father, because when my father died when I was 6 years old, he became a father to 6 young siblings and my mother and all of us, and showed the value of what it is like to be working hard and being compassionate. The second greatest thing is, after I finished high school from a small town in Chanpatna, moved to Bangalore. I had no one there, but Sri Ramakrishna Vidyarthi Mandiram, an organization of Ramakrishna Mission, gave me a home which showed me value, compassion, caring, and being a good citizen. After I moved to the United States, I am so thankful to the countless number of teachers, countless number of friends who have shaped me over the years. But it is special. After I moved to London, Long Island, I want to thank my extended family, the 5 town Indian friends. But as I grow up here, I must thank the people who stood behind me, of course, my lovely wife, Pushpa, who gave me an unconditional life, whom I take for granted most of my life. And the source of inspiration who made me a good man, without realizing they are my son Kiran and my daughter Sheena. As I grow older and become a senior citizen, the source of inspiration for me now, my beautiful grandchildren, Sana and Rafia. Now, AAPI-QLI is very special to me. It's like my child. Being one of the founder members and being secretary, treasurer, president, board of trustee, CME chairman for several years, like one of these MC of this function for several years, I consider it as a very special honor that AAPI-QLI
All right. Look the camera. Smile. One more. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite our special guest, Michael Rosenblatt, Parker Jewish CEO, to come on the stage. We recognize his contribution to AAPI-QLI over several years. They have been a good friend of AAPI-QLI, very good supporter, Michael Rosenblatt.
All right. Look the camera. One more. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to announce one of this year's honorees, Dr. J. Valentine, President and CEO of the New York Institute of Technology. An expert in emergency medicine and health system management, Dr. Valentine joined New York Institute of Technology as Vice President for Medical Affairs and Global Health in 2014, and has also served as an adjunct faculty member at the New York Institute of Technology College of Osteopathic Medicine, also known as NICOM, for more than 20 years. His other leadership roles at NYIT have included serving as Dean of NICOM, Provost, and Executive Vice President. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Valentine could not be here. Dr. Shane Snickets, I hope I'm saying it right, who serves as Site Dean for NICOM campus in Jonesboro, Arkansas, will accept the award on his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shane Spikes with the NY team on the Arkansas campus for being there. Very regrettable, Dr. Valentine sends his regrets, wishes he could be here as the new NYT president. His duties have actually taken him out of the country, unfortunately, at this time. I know that he has great fondness for this organization and for many of the physicians and leaders within it. Specifically, and I'd like to make a comment regarding Dr. Kumar. Many of you may or may not know Dr. Kumar, Dr. Valentine go back a very long way to when Dr. Valentine was in his residency. It's no doubt that Dr. Kumar has helped Dr. Valentine with his mentorship, his friendship, and his overall leadership to be able to gain the position he sits in today. So with that, I'd like to get a round of applause for Dr. Kumar and all of his work with the organization.
All right. Look the camera. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a very special dance performance this evening by Kalpata Chakotay. Kalpata Chakotay is the daughter of Dr. Chakotay. She is a writer, a director, and also an actor who graduated from Northwestern University. She tutors students of all ages in a wide range of subjects, including dance. Kalpata is currently producing her very first film, Doctor, set to begin production in June 2026. This story follows a medical fraud agent who, while investing in a low-income clinic, begins to question what truly makes life worth living. If you're interested in supporting the project, please do reach out to her. She would love to talk about the film. At this time, if I can have everyone's attention towards the dance floor for her performance. Give her a big hand, everyone.
साहिबान कदरदान मेहरबान अब दिल थाम के बैठिए क्योंकि वो आपके सामने तशरीफ ला रही है आगरा की अजीम फनकारा मलिका हुस्न नूर नजर मोहतरमा मोदिनी
Now I have a pleasure to invite our national AAPI, Dr. Amit Chakrabarti, to say a few words.
Wow. I don't know, that's a confidence in me as a speaker to get me to speak after this wonderful dance and beautiful speakers before me. Good evening, people. I'm Dr. Amit Chakrabarti. Most of you know, 20 years it took for me from sitting over there to sitting over here. And for that, I'm so grateful to the largest chapter of National AAPI-QLI. Thank you very much for getting me here and giving me that pleasure, that honor to serve here as a president. This year, we've got plenty of things planned, and I thank the Almighty because I think it was the right time. He waited for the right time for me to become the president, because this year is a year AAPI is going through a lot of challenges, and it's my challenge to bring it back on the right track and make it great, and as a proud member of AAPI as we were before. I also am very pleased, again the stars lined up, that during my presidency we have as an AMA president another Indian, Bobby Mukamala, whose dad was one of the founding presidents of the National AAPI. What more can, these are all things. This is amazing. First day when I took office, I got a call from Devendra Srivastava. He called me saying that we had a problem. AMA, there was a J1 visa problems and that was blocked. Bobby and AMA got them to reverse, but there was no interview slots for India. We had interview slots for Pakistan, China, everywhere. None for India. And they were desperate, 165 residents, medical students waiting for residency here. And if they did not get that, their residency spots would be gone. We wrote to the American Embassy in India and the state from AAPI, and I'm proud to say all the 165 got their interview slots within that month. Very proud to say. The other thing which we did was H1B visa. With Bobby from AMA and AAPI, we put together a kind of memorandum together to present, and we're still waiting to see what's going to come out of it, and we've been working through that. So I'm so proud that I have Bobby as the president of the largest medical organization in the United States, and I'm the president of the second largest medical organization in the United States. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for your blessing. Please come and support. Our convention is in Tampa, Florida next year, July 4th weekend. I want all of you to be there and give your blessings and support that you brought me here. Thank you so much.
Alright, look the camera. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. At this time, we would like to invite our incoming president, Dr. Jagan Rao, to have vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Devendra Srivastava. You've been amazing crowd. Give a big round of applause for yourself. Thank you. It is truly an honor to stand tonight as the president-elect of AAPI-QLI, and I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you, all the physicians, leaders, our sponsors, community partners, and families and friends. You guys make our organization very strong and vibrant. A very special thank to our President, Dr. Devendra Srivastava, for the exceptional leadership, vision, and dedication throughout this year. I also want to thank our convention, Dr. Prabhu Mehta, all the convention co-chairs, Chair Devotee, Dr. Bhavatra, and all the BODs and the executive committee and all the convention team. Thank you for your hard work day and night. I also want to thank my appreciation for our honorees, Dr. Tarun Vasil, Dr. Jagadar and Dr. T.K. for their wisdom, dedication, and years of service to the field of medicine. It is also a privilege to welcome and thank our chief guest, Dr. Abhi Mukherjee, and also our National AAPI President, Dr. Chakravarti, for honoring and gracing our tonight's convention with his presence, and your leadership and national contributions to organize medicine and physician advocacy inspire all of us. Thank you. I also want to give a special thanks and thank you to all our sponsors and contributors, not only for tonight's event but throughout the whole year, to support and strengthen our organization and to make our mission successful. We value our commitment to education and collaboration, and we look forward to expanding these partnerships for the benefit of our physicians and the communities we serve. To our members, thank you for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to serve as your president-elect. I'm deeply humbled. In the coming year, I will focus on expanding CME programs, strengthening representation of the Indian origin physicians, enhancing community health initiatives, and increasing involvement from major healthcare institutions across Queensland and Long Island. As we move forward together, I'm confident that 2026 will be a year of growth, renown, renewed energy, and meaningful progress for AAPI-QLI. With your support, we will uplift our physicians, enrich our communities, and make the organization stronger than ever. Thank you once again for your trust, your partnership, and your friendship. Enjoy the rest of the evening. I look forward to serving you in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. I would like to invite our special guest, Dr. Shashi Kapula. Please come.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Thank you so much for having me here today. I won't take long. I know everybody wants to go and have dinner. My name is Shashi Kapula. I came out of it from Louisville, Kentucky. Somebody may call Louisville as the land of hillbillies, but I would like to call it as the land of Bourbon and horse racing. So the reason I am here today is to talk about an important initiative by the AAPI, which is the stem cell drive. I don't know how much of you are aware of the problem. We Indians, for example, if someone in this room today, God forbid, gets cancer and needs stem cells tomorrow, there's no guarantee that we're going to get them. The reason being, we don't have very many registered stem cell donors among Indian Americans. So to counteract that, AAPI has started this stem cell drive project, first ever nationwide stem cell drive project, getting this year. Since then, we've been doing the drives out of the country. So far, we've done probably 70 outside drives. And next year, at the Global Health Summit, we're going to take it to India and start with the drives there. So, all I'm asking is, if you are between 18 and 55 years of age, go to the website dkms.org/AAPI and register yourself as a donor, and you may be able to save somebody's life tomorrow. So please do so. Thank you so much.
At this time, I would like to recognize our hard worker, the AAPI-QLI. And their name I will announce. They can come one by one, all of them together. Sorry, Dr. Naran Agarwal. On the floor. They're coming down there. Please come down to the dance floor. Dr. Naran Agarwal, Dr. Rajgopal Bulalkare, Dr. Gagan Gulati, Dr. Sharan Adwar Pathari, Dr. Asha Dua, Dr. Bhavani Srinivasan. Please, all of you join us and we recognize these hard-working physicians who not only manage their patients in their busy life, but they give their volunteer time to really work hard for AAPI-QLI. Please give a good big round of applause for all these people. I don't think we'll be here without their hard work.
All right. Ready? Prabhu sir? Devendra sir?
Thank you all. Now our main program is over and Dr. Agarwal is going to announce the next phase of the program.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for rock and roll and dance. We have to give that to our very special honorary Dr. Kanti Rai, and then get ready to dance. We have a live singing also. So enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much for a very patient audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks, and I have Dr. Bhuvi Malhotra here with me, and he knows Dr. Kanti Rai the most in this audience. And I'll just share one incident. We are giving him, he doesn't even know about it. We are giving him lifetime achievement as well as humanitarian award. I just wanted to share an incident that just happened 2 days ago on Thursday. He was in my office for some IT related issue, and he heard my nurse say that the patient is getting very upset. He wants to see you. He has no appointment, but he wants to see you. So Dr. Rai said, Tarun, you go and talk to that patient. I will wait here extra 15-20 minutes. That's our Dr. Kanti Rai.
Thank you, Madam. Gives me really great honor in introducing Dr. Kanti Rai. As many of you know, he's a legend, not just in the field of chronic lymphocytic leukemia, where the staging classification is named after his brilliant work, the Rai staging of CLL. But that does not give enough information about his brilliance alone, besides being a mentor for generations of medical students, residents, fellows, colleagues, who has inspired generations of medical professionals to pursue the best that they can be. And in addition, the great, simple, but amazing human being that he is, and the humanity that he has taught us to really take care of patients in the best way that we can. So AAPI is recognizing his career, not just for his brilliant academic career, but also his humanity. Thank you, Dr. Rai.
Well, this is a surprise, and I want to thank you, Bhumi, and AAPI-QLI, and AAPI National. For Tarun Vasil, for whom we have heard words of honor from this stage, and they are all true. I will covered. Number one, Tarun's research in CLL was fundamental for the change in the management of this disease, because he was a fellow in 1997, 98 in hematology oncology at North Shore University Hospital, and he majorly contributed to the IgG gene mutation status and its importance in prognosis of CLL. Not many people recognize that that paper that was published in 1999 is one of the most recognized in reference paper today. So, number one achievement. Number two is book he wrote 5 years ago on mind-body relationship to health is one of the most important publications connecting what we all talk about but do not recognize sufficiently. And Tarun Pasil did that by scientific research and observation. And number three is his forthcoming book. Please wait until late 2026 for a book on nutrition and cancer, which is in the middle of writing. And these are the elements which I wanted to add to what were already spoken by the people who introduced on stage.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Thanks again. Thanks, Bhumi.
I would like to recognize our special AAPI-QLI helper, Dr. Sunil Mehra, Dr. Rakeshwar, Dr. Bhavani Srinivasan, Dr. Vasudevan, Vishnath Vasudevan. Please come on the floor to be recognized by President and DOT. Please join us. And Dr. Vinijay already had his award in the CME.
All right, look the camera. Devendra sir, here. All right, thank you.
We are going to start the program now. You have a wonderful singer here from India who is going to perform for us live music and singing. So enjoy the rest of the evening, guys.
આપણે લાઈટ જ એવી લાઈટ જ એવી એવું કરીએ ફોન આવે
got a fabulous singer, international fame, Sarigama, Indian Idol, Mr. Prasad Jyoti, coming up for you. Are you guys excited? All right, AAPI, make some noise.
संकेत भाई
आपने तो दिखा दो
जी मनीष शर्मा जहां भी हो फोटो के लिए आ जाए. All right, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, in your warm round of applause, let's welcome our fabulous performer for the evening. Everybody on my right hand side, ready? For some good music, AAPI. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome musical sensation, starting off our fame, Indian Idol fame, one and only. Hey Tony, can you give me a beat for the performer? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome one and only Prasad Jyoti. Ladies and gentlemen, seems like he's ready, but you guys hands, make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Mr. Prasad Jyoti.
Oh, shit. Namaskar everybody. मुझे लग रहा है सब बाहर गए सब आ जाएंगे चालू करेंगे तो आ जाएंगे क्या हुआ Thank you so much for inviting us here. AAPI के साथ मेरा बहुत गहरा रिश्ता है क्योंकि one of my family, I call him my big brother, Dr. Mani Chakravarti, he's like my family. So he introduced me first time in 2018 in AAPI and उसके बाद मैं इस family का हिस्सा बन चुका हूँ and I really feel safe when I'm around with all the doctors. Thank you sir, thank you so much. And so मुझे हमेशा जब भी मैं शुरू करता हूँ शिव जो है वो अंतरात्मा होती है शिव आत्मा होती है शिव आत्मा होती है शिव आकाश है शिव हिमालय है और शिव के वंदना के अलावा हम ये प्रोग्राम शुरू नहीं करेंगे तो एक बार सभी मिलकर बोलिए हर हर महादेव
अच्छे ऑडियंस है, मुझे लग रहा है गाना सुनने के लिए ये लोग बेचैनी से इंतजार करते हैं और इनके लिए हम गाएंगे। और इसके बाद डांस का नंबर तो होता रहता है यार, डांस तो बोले तो होगा। शुरू में डांस तो शुरू में कुछ अच्छे अच्छे गाना गाते हैं ना। आर यू गाइस रेडी कुछ अच्छे गाने सुनने के लिए? वेरी गुड।
song, not Spanish, not other language. 1, 2, 3, and gently
भाई हाँ मेरे लाइफ में कोई भाई है बस मेरे लाइफ में खाली आई है ना जल्दी भाई हाँ जल्दी भाई गाएंगे पंजाबी सॉन्ग अब तक तो पंजाबी गा रहे थे अब थोड़ा हिंदी गा रहे क्योंकि रिक्वेस्ट आया बहुत मेरे से है ना दिया चलाओ दिया चलाओ चलो दिया चलाओ चलो ओ बरन पे सितारे लपेटे हुए हो जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो ओ जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो सना पास जो मुझे लिस्ट मिला था उसमें से कुछ गा रहा हूँ मैं। हनी सिंह का गाना तो हो गया, अभी क्यों है पानी पानी, और हाँ लुंगी डांस गाएंगे बाद में।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the fabulous artists on stage. Everybody in the house, come on. Make this happen, brother. We're going to have a live music session for about 10-12 minutes, after which we'll give it over to my friend DJ Amrit in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, Visa Jyoti. Give it up!
इसके बाद थोड़ा ब्रेक लेंगे, फिर आएंगे, क्योंकि फ्लोर पे लोग ज्यादा होता है तो एनर्जी और बढ़ता है। ओ खाई के पान बनारस वाला, ओ खाई के पान बनारस वाला, खुली जाए बंद अकल का ताला। खाई के पान बनारस वाला, खुली जाए बंद अकल का ताला। फिर तो ऐसा करे धमाल, वसीली करके सबकी जान। ओ छोरा
सुन रहा हूँ वही और इस सावन में लगे गई याद दिल मेरा सावन में लगे गई याद दिल मेरा I like to fly I सुनो हसीना दीवानी सुनो हसीना दीवानी सोया सानी याद दिल मेरा
फिर आप लोग उसमें हो पंजाबी पहले भगवान करो फिर खाना खाओ एक बार करना पड़ेगी चलो दूसरी पंजाबी ओके One, two, three. 10-15 मिनट का रेस्ट ले लूं। 8 से 10 तो गाएगा, 8:30 से 10, 1 घंटा हो गया नॉन स्टॉप, थोड़ा लेट ले लूं। अरे मैडम आप जैसे भंगड़ा कर रहे हो वैसे भंगड़ा नहीं होता है, तो कोई नहीं थकेगा ऐसे। बहन तो चलो हमारी दीदी भी बन गई। काला चश्मा, अरे मैं तो सोचा मुन्नी बदनाम कर लूं, अब मैंने तो सोचा आपके नाम में मुन्नी बदनाम कर दूं। इतना अंधेरा क्यों है भाई, थोड़ा लाइट जला दो यार, किसी का शक्ल नहीं आ रहा है जी, है क्या रुकना नहीं चाहिए, बैटरी बंद हो जाती है। चलो मैं अभी AI मशीन डाल दूंगा अपने आप के अंदर ताकि डीजे बन जाऊं मैं गाते गाते। हाँ जी प्रभु क्या हुआ, चलो काला चश्मा ये लोग पागल कर रहे हैं। मशीन को क्या हो गया भाई, गिर गया होगा। सर ट्रैक सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, थोड़ा सा बढ़ाइए ना फिर। 1 2 3 रिपीट। अब ऐसा वाला साउंड सुनाई दे रहा है। इतने बाद में हाँ Go ये बातें गिरफ्त करना
Everybody.